Alright, testing out this new encoder. Here we go. There we go. Okay, got that up and running. I'm gonna bookmark this.
Xbox in some way. And in today's video, we're going to be discussing how the Series S is finally catching a break, the surprising game launch that has me rethinking Xbox's exclusive strategy, my honest thoughts about the third-person mode and Halo Infinite, amongst other things. Now, it's no secret that the Series S, despite accounting for almost half of all current-gen Xbox hardware sales, has been one of the most controversial consoles on the market since it launched back in 2020. Since the Series S has been around, it has been been called a potato, an albatross hanging around the neck of studios. Warhorse Studios said that they couldn't make Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as big as they wanted to, specifically because of the Series S. And of course, the Xbox version of Baldur's Gate 3 was notoriously delayed because Larian Studios couldn't figure out how to get split screen working on the S. All of this has left fans wondering, how in the world is the Series S going to run Grand Theft Auto 6, one of the most, if not the most, anticipated game of this entire generation? We know that in order to ship a game onto Xbox at all, publishers need to make sure that their game works on both the Series X and S. Given the high expectations for this game, and the fact that we've already got news that Grand Theft Auto 6 is only going to be targeting 30 FPS, even on the PS5 Pro, eyes are once again on our poor little friend, the Xbox Series S. But after a recent earnings call over at 2K Games, CEO Strauss Zelnick doesn't seem to be worried about it, like at all. He says, look, we support the platforms where the consumers are, for as long as they're there, and we find a way to support platforms despite being on different levels of tech. Our labels are really good at that. I'm not really worried. I've never worried about where hardware was going, and I've said this many times over the years because, first of all, I don't worry about things over which I have zero control, and secondly, because I do believe in the audience. The audience is going to show up if you have great properties, and so we just have to make sure to be on an array of platforms. This is a really encouraging thing to hear if you are a Series S owner. Going off of these comments alone, if you bought a Series S, you won't have to worry about missing out on a huge game like Grand Theft Auto 6. We also know that Rockstar is ditching last-gen hardware, so there's not going to be a PS4 or Xbox One version of GTA 6. So I imagine, given the time and resources that they have, and the fact that they've moved on from last-gen hardware, I imagine that it'll be pretty solid performance-wise on both the X and S, despite that lower frame rate target. Today, although I guess this isn't super surprising. Just from what I've observed over the past 4 years, it seems that optimizing a game for the Series S really depends on two things: time and resources, which are two things that Rockstar has plenty of. I'm not saying it isn't challenging. I'm not saying it isn't a pain in the ass for these developers to make 4 different versions of their game: a PC one, a PlayStation one, a Series X one, and a Series S. But when these games, these studios are given the time, the Series S can pull off some surprises. I mean, seriously, what other hardware can you buy for $300 or less, in my case, that can reliably play games like Cyberpunk or Elden Ring? I've been thinking about this a lot since I've read Windows Central's article about their preview for Stalker 2. They were also able to interview GSC Game World, and they were able to ask them, hey, how was it developing this game, which is pretty big in scope for the Series S? And GSC Game World responded saying basically at first they thought it would be impossible given their plans for the game. But as they moved along in the process, they ended up believing that any game could reach the Series S memory limit. And while they did confirm, yeah, at launch, the Series S version of Stalker 2 won't have a performance mode, they seem pretty confident that they'll be able to implement it sometime in the future. And hey, look what they said about studios just needing time and the opportunity to work with the Series S. Interesting. It was also in this interview that we heard for the second time that a studio's work in optimizing their game for the Series S led to tangible performance benefits for other versions of their game. Just like what we heard with Larian Studios and their work with the Series S. Listen, if the devs are freaking saying anything is possible on the Series S, you should believe them. GSC Game World fought tooth and nail to bring this vision of Stalker 2 to life. Even in the midst of full-scale invasion, they somehow made it work, and the game is dope, y'all. It is dope. The preview was awesome, and I can't wait for people to experience it for themselves on November 20th when it launches on Xbox and Game Pass. And really, I was just scratching the surface. The zone is vast. It is so much bigger than what I was able to experience in my 3 to 4 hours playing. And sure, maybe it's not the biggest map in the whole world. It's not like thousands of planets to explore like Starfield. It's a handcrafted world that feels a lot bigger than it is, hold on, pause, and has the character to match. Listen, I can admit that the Series S probably threw a wrench into a lot of developers' plans this generation, but I think it's a little bit dramatic to say that the Series S is holding back the entire gaming industry. In my humble opinion, as a guy with a camera and a YouTube channel, there are way way bigger problems in the industry right now than the Series S. How about these publishers constantly pushing out these unfinished games? Or how about pumping out all of these remasters that no one asked for? There's been a lot of things that Microsoft and Xbox have done over the past 4 years that I don't like, that I don't agree with. But for me, the Series S isn't one of them. I think it's cool that they released an affordable console in a time where literally everything is getting expensive as hell. And if people really truly think the Series S is the root of video games problems, I don't really know what to tell you. PC gamers for generations have been saying console gaming is holding back the industry. And
Manly Bands can send you this ring sizer. He can pick a size and wear it throughout the day to make sure it's the perfect fit through work and play. Go to manlybands.com, order the sizer, and get 20% off your order of $150 or more. It's the easiest decision you'll ever make.
And the truth of the matter is, that's probably always going to be a thing. Because the whole point of consoles, whether it's the Series S, the X, whatever, is to provide an affordable alternative to PC gaming. Hey, you don't want to spend $1,000, $2,000 on a nice rig. You don't want to have to worry about your shaders or your graphics cards or your drivers or whatever. Just buy this console and you'll be good for the next 8 years. But at that cheaper price point, obviously it's not going to be as good. Therefore, that's got to be the target. Let's move on from this though, because another bright spot for Xbox this week came in a very unexpected game launch. Specifically, Death Stranding launched on Xbox consoles, and not only that, it is 50% off for the next couple of weeks. There's always something random when this game pops up. I remember when Death Stranding was all of a sudden on PC Game Pass for a while. The Xbox launch of Death Stranding coincides apparently with the 5-year anniversary of when the game launched initially on PlayStation 4. 5 years is a pretty damn long exclusivity deal, timed exclusivity deal, if that's what's going on here. Long, but not entirely surprising. Kojima also announced that he has the rights back for this game, so I'm sure that has something to do with it. He said, "It's my pleasure to finally announce that Death Stranding Director's Cut will be delivered to Xbox players. I would like to thank all the fans who have stayed connected with us, as well as everyone in the Xbox community who have been patiently waiting. Kojima Productions, Death Stranding, will continue to connect more and more players around the world, so please stay tuned." Now, this is really cool. I'm excited to try this game. I have noticed that some Xbox rhetoric going around about this game, accusing it of being a walking simulator. I'm definitely going to check it out, though, but it does have me thinking about Xbox's exclusive strategy as a whole. Now, as you probably know already, they're playing it loosey-goosey. They're like, yeah, let's bring Sea of Thieves and these other games over, but what about Indiana Jones? Let's see what else will do well over on PlayStation. I don't think it's a great move, but I think at this point I just have to accept that Xbox games are going to be multi-platform. There's a lot of speculation on which ones. Oh, is Halo going to show up on PlayStation? What about Gears? At this point, I'm just going to make an assumption that everything is on the table. But even if everything is on the table, I think there are some things that they can do in order to just be smart about it. Like, look at what PlayStation did with Death Stranding. They were able to extract all of the value that having Death Stranding exclusive to PlayStation could possibly bring over that 5-year period. They were able to say, hey, do you want to play Kojima's first game post Metal Gear? Well, if you want to, go ahead and buy a PlayStation. 5 years on, that's not the draw anymore. Chances are everyone who wanted to play Death Stranding on PlayStation has done so already. So they lose nothing if there's an Xbox version of Death Stranding now. That same circumstance applies to Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, 6-year-old game at this point. If you're an Xbox fan, chances are you've given it a try. So really, there was only benefits to making a PlayStation 5 version. But new games like Indiana Jones, no, that exclusivity period has to be longer, at least a year. Extract as much value as you can from it being an Xbox exclusive, then it can go on over to PlayStation. This is a line of thinking that they themselves laid out in that initial business update on the Xbox official podcast. They were like, we're not doing new games. All these games are over a year old. We're doing games that have reached their saturation on Xbox or games that we want to give a second chance. I'm like, why did you just stick to that then? I don't have a problem with games going multi-platform. I think I just have to let that go. But as long as you are trying to sell a box to people, as long as you are trying to get them to subscribe to your services, Exclusives go a long way in helping that, even if they're timed. Speaking of former PlayStation exclusives going multi-platform, following the announcement that Genshin Impact was going to appear on Xbox consoles, there are rumors suggesting that Hoyoverse, they're not going to stop there. They're also going to make an Xbox version of Zenless Zone Zero. Word on the street, it's going to launch when the game's 1.4 patch drops, which is December 18th, which is super exciting. I'm not usually like a gacha game type dude, but a month or two back, I was able to have my friend on, Elena Wiss, who is a voice actor for Zenless Zone Zero. She voices Zhu Yan and was really hyped about it, and I loved talking with her about it, but unfortunately, none of y'all knew what I was talking about because the game's not on Xbox yet. So if this game comes out on Xbox, I recommend that you play it, if for nothing else than to support my friend. On the other end though, I'm like, what? I saw this new trailer that they dropped for this character. It's like a rat woman eating an apple. I'm like, hey, yo, what is going on with this freaky ass trailer, man? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. When I was working on that that interview I did with my friend Elena, I was pulling cinematic and gameplay trailers of her character, and I was like, what's going on here? There's like some physics going on here, some jiggle physics specifically that I'm like, what's going on here? Nothing egregious for the Juyan stuff, but for this new character, they're just like, let's just appeal to the degenerates out there. Let's wrap up the video talking about Halo Infinite's newest game mode, and no, it is not the Battle Royale. It is the third-person firefight mode. I saw on Pure Xbox, they wrote an article being like, oh, the third-person mode in Halo Infinite's out, and it's being received well. People seem to like it. So I was like, okay, let me jump back in. Admittedly, I have not been playing a lot of Halo Infinite lately, but with the third-person stuff, I was like, perfect time to jump back in, check it out for myself. And I gotta say, this shit does not feel right, man. I don't know. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with third-person in Halo. And leading up to it, hearing about third-person and seeing people's reactions to it, being like, oh, it's not Halo, it's not Halo. Boo. I was like, man, y'all are being too dramatic, man. Let's just try it. Let's give it a chance. But now that I actually got to play it, I'm like, I think I kind of agree. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. I also don't know what the end goal is. Like, is it always going to be a separate game mode? Or are they testing out the ability to toggle between first person and third person? That for me would be a little bit more reasonable. I think that would be cool, being able to toggle back and forth. I play a lot of Chivalry 2, as I've talked about on the channel many times before. They got a first person view, they got a third person view, and people have their preferences, but you can toggle back and forth. You can also do it in Starfield, of course, but any Bethesda RPGs. But in Halo, I don't know, man. I think it just has to stay first person. Halo is first person, Gears of War is third. That's just the way it's always been. And in Gears, that third person cam, they're doing a lot of stuff with it. Like when you sprint, it starts to shake. Like there's a lot that is added to the experience by being in third person. With Halo, nothing's really different. There's no extra flair or anything like that. It is literally like you just get to see your skins and your armor. Obviously, this is not the first time we've had a third-person view in Halo. Whenever you are carrying around a turret, for example, you go into that third-person point of view, and the same thing with the vehicles. The timing of it feels weird too. I know this game is only 3 years old, but still, it feels like a little bit late in the game. Granted, there's probably no one single thing that 343 can do, no game mode they can put in, no maps or anything that they can add to this game that'll suddenly catapult it all the way to the top of the most played games on Xbox. Especially now that everyone seems busy with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. While I still have love for Halo Infinite, a massive revival or comeback doesn't seem very likely. For me personally, I think I'm gonna skip the third-person Halo stuff. But again, I'm all for trying new things when it comes to the Halo franchise. When they take big swings, like with, I don't know, Halo Wars when that first came out, I liked that. That was cool. So just because I'm not sold on it doesn't mean I'm not happy other people are. Anyways, guys, that's all the Xbox stuff I have to talk about today. Thanks so much for joining me for another edition of Xbox Ready. If you made it this far into the video, consider subscribing. Help me on my journey to 200,000 subs. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hey there, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, you might be noticing that something has changed. It's not Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month. That's the same. It's the camera we're shooting with. I got this one at a county swap meet for a couple of bucks, which is a lot cheaper than renting a fancy commercial camera. There was even a tape already in it. Free film. Just another way that we're passing big savings on to you. So sorry, Ashley. And happy birthday.
And unsub. A seasoned worm.
And he's leaving a calling card.
How do we find a ghost? I have a plan.
One, two, three, go!
We follow pizza drivers, make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Is that legal?
It's a gray area.
That's the perfect combo.
Anora is the best reviewed film of the year.
No way. Yes way.
It's a stunning masterpiece. Sean Baker has created pure movie magic.
Do you know what's happening right now?
And Mikey Madison is a force of nature.
Be a man and talk to me.
It's the best movie of the year. Anora, rated R, written and directed by Sean Baker, now playing in theaters.
Looks like Xbox has a huge surprise for us. What is up, y'all? I am Ray, and this is my channel, Xbox Ready, where we get on and talk about Xbox stuff. That is right, the latest news, rumors, games, accessories, pretty much anything I want to talk about as long as it's about Xbox in some way. Now, as an Xbox fan, you probably know that at this point, Xbox has decided not to release a competitor for the PS5 Pro. There's not going to be a Series X Plus or Pro, nothing like that. There's been a lot of critics and supporters for that move, but just because we're not getting a Pro version of either the Series X or S doesn't mean that Xbox isn't hard at work on delivering us some exciting new hardware. Xbox leadership has said in no uncertain terms that they are cooking up some really exciting stuff, including a Series X successor that will be one of the biggest technological leaps between generations. And while it hasn't been officially confirmed yet by anyone at Xbox, a lot of people believe that they're going to at some point release a portable Xbox, an Xbox handheld, an Xbox Series P, if you will, or H, I guess. And now we got another rumor, this time regarding the Xbox handheld's reveal window. Over on the Xbox 2 podcast, Jess Corden basically said, hey, this little birdie told me, this little birdie, I won't say who, but they told me that the Xbox handheld, they're gearing up to reveal it sometime in 2025. I don't think it's going to happen at the Game Awards, but I think in 2025, we can expect some news regarding this long talked about Xbox handheld. He says, I do think next year is a good year for revealing new hardware, especially hardware you can hold in the palm of your hand. Now, there are a couple of things that I find interesting with this quote. I listen to Xbox 2, Jess Corden, Randall Thor, they're cool, and usually when they talk about whatever Xbox is going to do in the future, as both longtime fans and people who have been covering Xbox for a long time, they observe what Xbox is doing and then make a guess. They usually use language like, I feel like Xbox would do this, or I think that we can expect this from Xbox going into the future. But it's not very often that Jez will straight up say, somebody told me this. So already that seems a little bit more concrete to me, especially as someone who's been listening to their podcast for a while. And it would also be consistent with rumors saying that some new Xbox hardware will be releasing in 2026. They announce it in 2025, they give it a proper marketing cycle, and then they gear up for a 2026 launch. There were separate rumors saying that the Xbox handheld was going to launch simultaneously to whatever the Series X successor was going to be, in order to get a jump on the PS6, leave this generation behind. I honestly don't think they need to do that though. I think a handheld drop sometime in 2026, maybe even 2025 would be awesome. Every time I talked about a mid-gen refresh or an Xbox Series Plus or Pro, it didn't seem like people were very receptive to that, because it turns out a lot of people, it took them a while to get their hands on a Series X in the first place. So there was this growing sentiment of like, why would I buy a Pro Xbox Series X when I just got this one and we haven't even seen what it can truly do yet? If they were to release an Xbox handheld, it wouldn't aim to replace your Series X or even your Series S. It's this entirely different experience, fulfills different needs. I think it could slot in really well with the current lineup that Xbox has hardware-wise. Again, I have to remind people none of this is set in stone. At this point in time, it is all rumors. But Phil Spencer has said in response to these handheld rumors that Xbox has a really exciting future in hardware, and on multiple occasions he's remarked on how cool it would be to have a portable Xbox. And with the release of an Xbox handheld, it could buy them a little bit more time to work on that Series X successor. Back when the FTC was investigating the Activision Blizzard buyout, there were these documents that said Xbox and PlayStation were expecting the next generation to start in 2028. I don't think it's really important for Xbox to get a jump on the PlayStation 6. They can generate a good amount of hype by releasing this hardware and then taking their time to deliver a really awesome successor to the Series X, the one that they've been promising us. I really hope that all of these rumors are true and that we are going to get an Xbox handheld, that I haven't just been wasting mine and your time talking and chasing ghosts. A portable Xbox experience would be cool, and I know we already kind of have that with remote play and cloud gaming, but I think there are a lot of people out there, me included, that would be really excited for a seamless offline way to play your Xbox games portably. And with Xbox's current philosophy of like, oh, we want you to play your games wherever, however you want. And when I mean wherever, I mean like you got to be connected to the internet and you got to stream at 1080p, sometimes 60 FPS. They have the opportunity to really cover all of their bases with an Xbox handheld. We also got another surprise from Xbox this week. They introduced their new AI chatbot specifically for Xbox. This is something that The Verge reported on not too long ago.
What's up,
and now
Javen?
they are officially testing it with Xbox insiders through the xbox.com/support page. When I went to try and use it, I didn't have access to it. It's confusing because there are some Xbox insider things I have access to, some that I don't. And yeah, I get that there are different tiers and stuff. I was just bummed that I couldn't check it out for myself. Not yet, anyway. But The Verge was kind enough to provide us with some pictures. It's like this little astronaut orb looking guy who will pop up and help you with your questions, and you can chat with it like any other AI that you're currently messing around with now. It'll answer questions about the Xbox console and game support issues, and they're actively looking for Xbox insiders to provide feedback in order to improve the experience. If I had access to this AI chatbot looking thing, I would ask it what the hell is going on with my new Xbox wireless headset. I literally just did a video comparing these headsets to the SteelSeries Arctis 7X Plus. My wife is on camera saying that she really likes the new Xbox wireless headset, and then when I used it the other day, it was like super quiet for some reason, even with the volume cranked all the way up. Even when I go into the party chat mixer and put the headphone audio 100%. I've tried recharging it, I've tried doing all this other stuff, and I've looked online for help, and I'm not really getting anything useful. I don't know if an AI-powered chatbot would be able to help me out in this situation, but I'm willing to try anything at this point. I could also see how people would be kind of concerned looking at this AI chatbot. I mean, no one likes automated customer support. Like, if I have the option to just talk to someone, a real, actual person, I'm going to take that option every single time. Because the limits of, especially like the old school automated responses, they suck. And while they're trying to be sneaky about it, Microsoft slowly and surely are starting to implement more and more AI into our daily Xbox experience. We know a large portion of the player moderation changes that they've introduced over the past couple of years are powered by AI. Like, AI will flag them, and while they insist on like, no, every case about player reporting and misconduct online, it's reviewed by an actual person, I'm not not buying that because I see people getting banned for the craziest stuff. Maybe not banned, but like they get the strike, they get a suspension. We also know that Microsoft, Xbox, they've partnered up with in-world AI specifically to have like these AI powered game development tools, one of which is procedurally generated NPCs that can generate dialogue right then and there. And part of me is like, that's kind of cool because especially I'm seeing this guy with mods on TikTok that allow him to talk to Skyrim NPCs that are powered by chatbots. And stuff like that seems cool, like an infinite number of dialogue options depending on how you talk to the NPC, you as a person, not as a character. On the other end, public opinion about procedurally generated content and game, it's just at an all-time low. It is at rock bottom, man. It seems to me that players are a lot more interested in handcrafted worlds, characters, and preset dialogue. Not to say that we're into limited dialogue, like even without AI, think about all the dialogue options that are in a game like Baldur's Gate 3 and how many different unlockable conversations that you really have to dig for that add a lot of flavor to the game. So Microsoft is very interested in implementing AI into all aspects of their business, especially gaming, but thankfully it seems to be limited to stuff like an AI chatbot and not like let's tell AI to make a game and then have people buy it or play it on Game Pass. Another Xbox surprise that we were hit with this week is the possible existence of a PlayStation 5 port of Age of Empires. On Reddit, I saw this post where this guy was playing Age of Empires 2 online and he saw these two players with PlayStation logos by their name rather than an Xbox logo or a PC one. Obviously, Age of Empires as a franchise, it is at its core Microsoft gaming. Like it predates all of the other stuff like Halo and Gears, all of the famous Xbox stuff. It's not super shocking that they would take the games that they put on console already, Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4, and port them over to PlayStation 5. There's been separate rumors from Tom Warren saying that Age of Mythology Retold is probably going to come to PlayStation 5. It's not egregious to me, and I know that the people who play online for Age of Empires or Age of Mythology would appreciate that boost in population, but it's like, is it really necessary? I don't know. It's such a niche game that on one hand, it's not super offensive, I guess, if it goes multi-platform, but on the other end, is it really going to be worth it for Xbox? Like, is it really going to sell well over on PlayStation? I'm starting to sound like those people who are like, well, they're never going to buy Final Fantasy on Xbox, so they shouldn't even bother. But is it worth it? That's all I'm asking. Is it worth it? Or is it really easy to make a PlayStation 5 version of AoE 2 and 4? This is going to be one of those things where people in the comments are going to be like, who cares, Ray? Who cares? Who cares that they put it on PlayStation 5? Okay, I get it. So let's move on. Because I really want to talk to someone about this Dragon Age Veilguard situation. First of all, I haven't played the game. I haven't played any Dragon Age game, which coming from me, I know sounds kind of weird because I've been very open with the fact that I'm like a fantasy nerd. But for some reason, I never got into Dragon Age. But with the Veilguard, I gotta say I'm morbidly curious because it's just been so controversial. Like it's like the opinions on this game are super split. And it's just reminded me on like the hardest parts about being a content creator. Because on one end, you have some YouTubers, some content creators coming out and saying, I didn't like Dragon Age, and they're going really hard on it. And then there are other people who are like, this is awesome. It's like Game of the Year contender, 10 out of 10. And then you got other people who are reading and watching these reviews saying like, why does this guy hate it? Because it's getting a freaking perfect score over at this publication, and this other person loved it. And it's got me thinking like, damn, I do not envy the job of a game reviewer. Oftentimes people will reach out to me, whether it's through the comments, whether it's through Xbox or my other socials, and they'll be like, Ray, you need to review this game, or like you should do more game reviews. And yeah, I do like to review games every now and then. And while this might sound silly because, you know, like it's your job to play a game and talk about it, I think people underestimate the amount of work it takes to review games, especially if that's all you do. Whenever I get a game code for a review especially, I feel an immense amount of pressure to play as much of that game as possible. I try so hard to beat every game that I get a code for early. I got a review code for Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I think I had a week and a half to play that before the review embargoes were up, and I was able to beat the game start to finish, and I thought, hey, I can give a really good, educated opinion on how this game plays because I was able to experience it from start to finish. Whereas with Starfield, I had like 2 weeks to review that, and in the middle of it was my freaking sister's wedding down in Mexico, so I didn't have as much time with it. And on top of that, people are always telling you, like, we want honesty, we want honesty, we want honesty. And then you give your honest opinion, and people are like, no, you're wrong. We didn't want that. We wanted you to agree with us. That's why I'm looking at a dude like Skill Up, and he's like, I don't recommend Dragon Age Veilguard, or whatever the title of the video is. And people still are like, it's in the title of the video. He does not recommend Dragon Age Veilguard, but people still click on it and get upset when he gives his opinion.
Do not take apple cider vinegar before you see this. Vinegar works to help you slim down in 3 special ways. Number 1, it might help you eat less. That's thanks to something called acetic acid, which can influence certain hunger hormones to help you to eat fewer calories. Just take shots of it if you're brave. Number 2, it might help block the junk in your food. Vinegar helps slow down the digestion of carbohydrates, and it may even help you absorb less fats from the food you eat. That could mean slimming down even while eating the foods you love. Number 3, vinegar can boost your metabolism. Polyphenols are plant compounds that are incredibly healthy for your body. They help neutralize dangerous free radicals, give you more energy, and can even help boost your metabolism. Now, certain varieties of vinegar, like balsamic and red wine vinegar, have lots of polyphenols, but apple cider vinegar does not. In fact, if you're looking to really maximize your daily dose of polyphenols, there's something far more powerful than any vinegar: olive oil. Certain olive oils contain massive doses of those ultra-healthy polyphenols. That's why I personally take a shot of high-quality olive oil every single day. Much tastier than shots of vinegar, by the way. But not all olive oils are created equal. Here's what to look for when shopping for a high-powered olive oil to help you reach your health goals. Have some olive oil before your bed, and your sleeping partner will love you for it.
Somebody told me olive oil could be used as shaving cream.
Shaving cream? Yep. Swap out that spray can and slather on some olive oil instead. It could actually be really useful for moisturizing your skin and helping it look bright and fresh.
Someone commented, does olive oil actually help prevent snoring?
Snoring? Fact. It turns out that olive oil lubricates your respiratory passages so that vibration doesn't happen.
Can it help with my teeth?
Whiter looking teeth? Yes. Extra virgin olive oil can help contribute to the look of whiter teeth because it can bind to plaque and tartar and then help remove debris. But before you pull that bottle from the kitchen, there are 3 important things about store-bought olive oil that you should know. According to this article, restaurants such as McDonald's give their leftover greasy oil to create fuel for delivery trucks. That belongs in an engine, not in our bodies. So how exactly did these harmful oils become a go-to for the food, restaurant, and health industry? One word: money. Rewind to World War I. During this time, seed oil was in hot demand because it was used to fuel ships and aircrafts. They were also used as machine lubricants in factories and even as a paint coating for weaponry. But after the war, demand for seed oils plummeted. Coincidentally, that's when big companies and clever marketers came up with a big idea. Why not call seed oils a health food? After all, they're cheap and last forever on store shelves. And just like that, seed oils ended up in just about everything you eat. In fact, there are studies and experts to this day, often funded by these same big corporations, still pushing the agenda that seed oils are good for you, all to make a quick buck. But you don't have to be a health expert to know anything used to fuel trucks and grease machinery probably shouldn't be going into your body. And considering that we eat on average 80 grams of vegetable oils a day, which is roughly 720 calories, it's no wonder 2 in 5 people now live with obesity in America. But did you know what happens when you start eating just 2 tablespoons a day of the right olive oil? Weight starts to practically melt off your body. Your energy levels feel like they did in your 20s, and your digestive system might feel like it did in your 20s too. And today I'm going to show you the easiest way to do just that. Hi, I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. industry. I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon turned nutritionist. And over the last decade, I've made waves in the health community. That's because I'm not afraid to ruffle some feathers, and I'm constantly shining a light on ways greedy corporations make us sicker every day. And yes, that includes the so-called health industry too. After all, I used to be 70 pounds overweight and thought I was eating a healthy diet. But the reality is seed oils aren't limited to chips and junk food anymore. They're in protein bars, even oat and almond milk, meaning even if you're committed to a healthy diet, there's still a chance you're still eating seed oils every day. And as a result, may gain weight that feels impossible to lose. You might also struggle with digestive issues like bloating and occasional constipation, massive fatigue, and a host of long-term problems down the line, such as heart, liver, and memory issues. In my eyes, seed oils have caused an epidemic of these issues in America. And look, I'd love if everyone could stick with olive oil because it can massively help transform their health. But like I said earlier, not all olive oil is the same. You've got to find the right one to get the most benefits. And a really good olive oil is full of one specific thing that can help give you more energy, stronger feeling muscles, and help support a healthy heart. It's called hydroxytyrosol, or as I like to call it, the fat fighter, because scientists believe it could be a key ingredient to a healthy lifestyle, an energetic and youthful body, and of course, a healthy weight. Well, through my research, I've discovered that there's one type of olive that ensures you get the maximum dose of the fat fighter. And I'm going to tell you where to find it. I'll also share exactly what happens when you add this to your meals, no matter what your current diet looks like. You see, research shows this fatty super polyphenol can help keep you powered up and energized, support a healthy heart and blood vessels, support blood sugar, blood pressure, and cholesterol already within a normal range, help soothe worn-down joints and overworked muscles, keep your skin feeling soft and hydrated. Pretty incredible, right? Well, the benefits don't stop there. The fat fighter is one of the only polyphenols that can cross the blood-brain barrier, which means it gets absorbed quickly and works fast to help your body protect itself against free radicals that cause aging and illness, support a sharp, focused brain right now, help your brain continue working at peak performance for years to come. And it also distributes the benefits throughout your entire body, from your brain to your muscles, liver, heart, kidneys, and lungs. And because this nutrient is delivered in a fat, it means it also helps fill you up faster. Plus, studies show eating diets that include fat can actually help you lose more weight and keep it off after you do. Plus, the fat fighter is exceptionally powerful because it can actually help your body reduce its fat storage, meaning even if your body wanted to, it couldn't hang on to fat. If that sounds like a dream, keep listening, because the fat fighter is a true power hitter when it comes to all aspects of your health. And as a cardiothoracic surgeon, I believe that organic extra virgin olive oil may be the healthiest food on the planet. In fact, in my medical practices, I always advise my patients to get at least a liter of olive oil a week as salad dressing, on fish, heck, even drinking it straight. Now, I know how hard it is to get that much olive oil into your system. But in order to slim down, support your heart health, supercharge your energy, soothe your joints, and make your skin glow, a liter of olive oil a week is more than worth it. But I've got to be honest, even I struggle to get enough every week. In fact, between the two of us, my wife Penny and I only go through about 1.5 liters a week. So most of the time, even I'm not getting as much as I recommend. Now, that just wasn't okay with me. How could I recommend my patients do something that I couldn't even do myself? Well, I knew there had to be an easier way. I realized increasing the amount of olive oil my patients and I could get in a week wasn't the answer. The answer was an oil that was more powerful, so you could get all the benefits without needing 1 liter a week. And that meant maximizing the amount of the fat fighter in the oil. So I hit the books and started researching for myself where I could find olive oil that was rich in this powerful polyphenol.
This is the week where Xbox proves everyone wrong. What is up, y'all? I am Ray, and this is my channel, Xbox Ready, where we get on and we talk about Xbox stuff. That is right. The latest news, rumors, pretty much anything I want to talk about as long as it's about Xbox in some way. Now, let's get something out of the way first. Yes, I am wearing a Dallas Cowboys sweatshirt. Yes, I know they are trash. I've been watching them my whole life. It has been nothing but heartbreak, we don't got to talk about it. So instead, let's talk about that Xbox stuff. This week is shaping up to be a really strong one for Xbox, and in today's video, we're going to be discussing the new look PC Xbox app and some great news regarding some of Xbox's most important first-party titles like Indiana Jones and Call of Duty. So it's no secret that Xbox has been wanting to grow their presence on PC. The general consensus is that the home console market has pretty much reached its peak. The number of people who buy an Xbox, a PlayStation, a Nintendo Switch, collectively, that number is pretty much going to remain the same, leaving Xbox in a very interesting position. If they can't rely on explosive console growth anymore, what can they do? Well, they seem to think the answer is by growing their presence on PC and also through cloud gaming. There's only one problem though. Historically, Xbox, their PC presence has generally not been received well, especially the Xbox app for PC. My buddy Jimmy, who is primarily a PC gamer, a Steam gamer, whatever you want to call those guys, he is constantly complaining about the PC for Xbox app, the clunkiness, how slow it is, how games seem to run worse through the Xbox launcher. But to give credit where credit is due, Xbox seems to have been working on that, and they just provided us with another update that's being tested out by Xbox insiders. The Xbox Wire is billing it as a new home experience for the Xbox app, geared specifically to make it easier and faster to find your next favorite game. They say our goal is to create a unified home experience that combines the best and latest content from both Game Pass and Microsoft Store tabs, so you can easily find what you love without having to jump between tabs. Honestly, that is a great line of thinking. I like the logic there. I was pleasantly surprised when I opened up my Xbox app on my PC to see a lot of these features that they're talking about in this article. I don't remember signing up for the PC Insiders build, but hey, I'll take it. So let's check it out together. They now have a new layout for featured content, where you can stay up to date on exciting game releases, new events, content available with Game Pass sales, and more. They have a tab for deals and discounts. They have curated collections, so Xbox will now serve up some titles, some suggestions for you to play based on your prior gaming experience. And I don't have access to this, but in compact mode, they're adding in a jump back in section, which looks to be pretty much like quick resume on consoles. Obviously vastly different layout, but they're hitting the same points, the same notes that you would if you opened up your Steam page. Here's what's trending, here's what's on sale, here's what just released, here's what your friends are playing if you want to buy the game and jump in with them. I understand why they're doing it, because Black Ops 6 just released and they're trying to feed it out to as many people as possible. But I'm playing Black Ops 6. I am enjoying it. We'll talk more about that later in the video. I don't know if this is possible or not, but Xbox, they should find a way to, they should be able to analyze whether a person has downloaded a certain game, whether they bought it or they downloaded it through Game Pass, and then, basically have them on a checklist. Like, okay, that guy downloaded Black Ops 6, and it looks like from his recent data that he's playing it a lot. Maybe we shouldn't flood his feed with a bunch of Call of Duty advertisements. Okay, sure, I didn't buy the Vault Edition or any of the premium upgrades yet, so I understand why they're feeding me that, but there's gotta be a better way. I'm like a top tier Xbox customer. I buy a lot of games on Xbox, yes, buy them, in addition to paying for Game Pass
Top
Ultimate.
tier.
I should be rewarded in some way by seeing, I don't know, fewer ads, both on console and on PC. I will give them props though, because they seem to be pretty tuned into what I play on PC versus console, because when I look at the curated section, what they're suggesting for me to play, it's a lot of like RTS games, a couple of shooters, and that's pretty much exclusively what I play on the Xbox app for PC. So good job there. They seem to be pretty tuned into what I want between platforms. Speaking of Call of Duty, there was a lot of questions going into the release of Black Ops 6 specifically. There were a lot of firsts with this game. It's the first time they're putting in omnidirectional movement. You'll be able to sprint in whatever direction, dive and slide in whatever direction that you want. It's the first time that a Call of Duty game is going to be put on Game Pass. It's the first time a Call of Duty game has been available through cloud streaming. All of those first led to a lot of questions on how this game was going to sell. Was Microsoft's call to put Call of Duty onto Game Pass going to diminish the monetary value a franchise like that usually commands? And I get it, why pay full price for the game when you can just play it through a subscription like Game Pass? And while questions about Microsoft's handling of Call of Duty still remain, the Game Pass gamble specifically seems to be paying off for them. Over on Steam, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is the #1 seller, despite the fact that it is clearly on PC Game Pass. For this brief moment in time, it seems like Xbox can have their cake and eat it too. They can have Call of Duty on Game Pass, which in turn generates a surge of new players, while also commanding a decent amount of sales. That might be underselling it though, because apparently Satya Nadella was on a quarterly earnings call talking about Microsoft's gaming division, and he called the launch of Black Ops 6 the most successful in Call of Duty history, which is crazy to think about considering how many games are in that franchise. He said they set a new record for day one players and Game Pass subscriber ads on launch day. Now, it's pretty standard for Microsoft and for Xbox leadership to talk about player engagement and Game Pass subs ever since they stopped reporting sales, but they're still seeing strong sales, like a 60% year-over-year increase on both PC and PlayStation 5. And we're not just talking about, like a little spike in player engagement in Call of Duty. No, we're talking historic numbers, like well over half of all Xbox owners in the United States. Via Games Radar, according to Circana's player engagement tracker on October 23rd, 19% of US active Xbox Series players and 18% of US active PlayStation 5 players launched Call of Duty HQ. That was how many people were playing Call of Duty or otherwise interacting with the Call of Duty hub before the launch of Black Ops 6. On October 28th, 52% of active Xbox Series players and 34% of active PlayStation 5 players did so. Both were all-time highs for Call of Duty HQ. Matt Piscatella goes on to remark, over half of all daily active players on a platform playing one game is bonkers engagement, especially when the previous mark was like 34% of Xbox players were all playing Call of Duty. You gotta be feeling really great about this if you're the team at Xbox or Microsoft, feeling real validated that you went through all of that trouble, all of that legal stuff with the FTC and the CMA in order to acquire Activision Blizzard in the first place. There was a lot of chatter about how Microsoft, how Xbox was going to run Call of Duty into the ground. It was going to be doo-doo ever since they took over. And so far, fan response and the data is proving that rhetoric wrong. And even before the launch of Black Ops 6, Microsoft's gaming division saw another increase in software and games revenue. That was accompanied by a dip in hardware sales yet again. So now I feel like Xbox can go a couple of different ways. Number one, they look at this data and they say, well, our most successful stuff is multi-platform. Let's make all of our games multi-platform like Call of Duty. Or they say, listen, Call of Duty is making a ton of money. That's our cash cow. Let's just ride that wave for Call of Duty, and then our other smaller first-party games, they can remain exclusive to Xbox. That's probably not how it's going to shake out, considering what we've been hearing over the past year or so. But we'll see. There have been some reports saying that physical sales of Black Ops 6 are down in the United Kingdom, and the working theory is that it's because of Game Pass. The fact that it's specifically physical copies of Black Ops 6 is telling to me, though. I can't say for sure how it is on other platforms. I imagine it's very similar to what we see on Xbox, but the majority of sales these days, for better or for worse, are digital. A 10% drop in an already small percentage of sales isn't super worrying if you're Xbox. The real lesson to take away from this, though, if you're Microsoft, if you're Xbox, if you're any platform holder, is that, well, the game is actually good. I can't believe I'm saying that because I'm not really a Call of Duty guy. I hop in and out every now and then into Warzone or Modern Warfare 3 last year, but I haven't really gotten serious about a Call of Duty game since Modern Warfare back in the 360 days. I was a little afraid because I remember when Black Ops 2 came out, I was playing with my friend and I was just absolutely terrible. I felt awful, discouraged. I didn't feel interested to try and get good at the game. And with all this omnidirectional movement and the time that I've missed in this franchise over the past decade, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to log on and it's going to be terrible. But I'm having a really good time in multiplayer specifically. I've played a little bit of the campaign and that's pretty solid and people generally seem to be liking it. Haven't played zombies yet. I've mostly been playing multiplayer. I stayed up until like 2 a.m. the other night playing with my friends and I haven't haven't done that in a long time. It felt great. This is the game that convinced me that I need to play every shooter with headphones because they did a great job with the audio. Hearing someone's footsteps as they try to rush behind you and use you as a human shield, but it's like, nope, I heard you in my headphones, buddy. I'm turning around. Ba 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 ba. Not today. So if you're out there and you're like, you know what, I'm an adult. I don't have the time to put into these shooters like I used to. And the last thing I want is to be absolutely just destroyed by these teenagers or these kids running around with their omnidirectional movement. I get those fears, I get those anxieties. But if I'm able to hop into Black Ops 6 and have a good time and do decent, then I feel like you can too. I'm not the best, but I do okay. Typically when I'm playing with my friends who are really good, I'm towards the bottom, but I'm not so bad that I'm ruining the enjoyment for everyone. It's really impressive that on my Series X they have 120 FPS mode. Sure, I gotta crank down the resolution to 1080p, but when I'm playing multiplayer, I don't really care about that. And honestly, it is spoiling me. I don't know how I played a shooter before at just a regular 60 FPS. I'm becoming a frame rate snob before my I used to be cool with 30 FPS. I played on my Xbox One for so many years that I just gotten used to it. And then at the beginning of this generation, I was like, I can't really tell the difference. Now I'm like 30 FPS. It looks like it's like blinding, at least for a shooter. Speaking of frame rate, we got some great news regarding the Xbox versions of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Xbox has this terrible habit when it comes to their first-party games, where like a couple of months before the game releases or right around when previews start happening, they'll go on this diatribe of no, 30 FPS is all you need. 30 FPS is an artistic choice in order to enhance the experience of the game. It's the direction that we wanted to go in. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm quite frankly sick of hearing that, especially after I invested the money into the world's most powerful console, the Xbox Series X.
Do you have subscriptions that are forgotten or even hidden? See and cancel them all in one place with Experian. Download the app and see how much you could save.
But we don't have to worry about that with Indiana Jones because they're going to have a 60 FPS mode on both the Series X and the S. Yes, you heard that right, on both consoles. Usually when they can get a performance mode going, it's reserved for the Series X, and then on the S, they're like 1440p 30 FPS. Not this time, and thank God we don't have to endure any of those news articles coming out of like, oh, the Series S is doo-doo, Series S is all the Xbox back. Not this time. And that's not the only good news that we have about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, because the preview embargoes are up and people seem to be really liking this game. I saw one negative preview from PC Gamer, I believe, where they were like, it's not really working for me. I'm not really feeling it. But Eurogamer, IGN, GameSpot, they all seem to be pretty optimistic about this game, which I'm super happy to see. I'm excited for Machine Games. Yes, I'm not exactly crazy that they're going to port this over to PS5, but I've personally been looking forward to this game ever since I started the channel and I heard about it. I've seen a lot of people complain that this game was going to be in first person. I never personally understood that because, I mean, just, it's Machine Games. Look at the stuff that they've worked on before. Like, do you remember when Redfall was coming out and people were scratching their heads like, why would Arcane Austin, who usually does like shooter sims, why would they do like a live service Borderlands looter shooter? It doesn't make any sense. That's just not what they do. That's not their strong suit. Machine Games is in a perfect position to do what they do best. And part of that is working from the first person point of view. I also see a lot of people saying Indiana Jones, man, Machine Games, they messed up. They should have done it like Uncharted or Tomb Raider, a third-person action-adventure game. And I'm like, why? If you want to play Uncharted, well, I guess you can't because most likely you are an Xbox owner if you're watching this channel. But if you want to play something like Tomb Raider, go and play Tomb Raider. You can totally do that on your Xbox. Why would you force Machine Games into a situation where they have to make a game that they're not used to making? Let them do their thing. Let them cook. Let them put their their own twist, their own signature on this franchise versus having to conform to someone else. All of this is adding up to be a pretty solid week for Xbox. There was a lot of negative chatter and doubts about Indiana Jones. There was a lot of negative chatter about Call of Duty, and of course, questions about Xbox's PC strategy, but they seem to be addressing all of those fronts and doing it pretty successfully, at least for now. Anyways, guys, that's all the Xbox stuff I have to talk about today. Thanks so much for joining me for another edition of Xbox Ready. If you made it this far into the video, consider subscribing. Help me on my journey to 200,000 subs. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Keep the pressure on.
In many ways, Midnight is about bringing people together, and magic is all around you. It's about learning empathy for people who aren't like you. It's finding hidden strengths.
It's so beautifully powerful, and I think that it just sort of leaps off the screen.
There's so much atmospheric potential. The landscapes, they're almost like a character in and of itself.
We made these concept songs for all of the creatures. It's not often you get that creative license.
Her journey paralleled with my journey, and like many of our journeys. Did Mama know about this? She discovers the world is more than what she has known it to be.
Coming up against all of these monsters and large creatures where she can communicate with them, heal them, learn from them. Watching Hazel just fly through the world doing all of these things is just a lot of fun.
So when I was a kid, I spent a lot of my free time after I had exhausted all the books I wanted to read, exploring sort of all of these abandoned farms and forgotten places. And you really, when you walk through a forest in the South, you never know what you're going to find. Now, as a kid, I would already be I would already be at the backside of this little swamp, finding plants like great wild grapevines that were so thick and so gigantic you didn't have to climb them. Mysterious buildings, and they seem to have never served any purpose at all. So you wonder, what was this for? Why is this here? Where did these people who built it go? What happened? It doesn't take too long before the accumulation of mysteries demand an answer, and my imagination provided the answers. So I started inventing adventure stories as I was tramping around and exploring these places that usually featured monsters, and monsters became my best friends. That exhilarating sense of discovery, never knowing what you'll find, this sort of thing is what I wanted to create in a game. The genesis of Midnight was my desire to create a love letter to the South. We are based in Montreal, which is in Quebec in Canada, and is pretty far from the South. We were lucky to have some team members who grew up in the South. None of us were experts in Southern folklore, but we had this monumental task of building a world that was iconic, did feel authentically Southern. And it was with a bunch of creatures that no one in Montreal had ever heard of. I mean, there are lots of people in the South who haven't heard of some of these cryptids. We reached out to Donna Washington, who is a world-renowned storyteller. And she came to our offices and she told a story to the entire company at the time. And it was captivating. It was mesmerizing.
So I spent, I don't even remember what it was, 2 or 3 days, telling stories and taking questions and just sort of immersing the team in folklore. The stories that come out of the Southern, well, Gothic stories is kind of what you're dealing with in South of Midnight, are all stories about surviving in difficult times. They're about facing the things that scare you. They're about tricking the things that scare you. They're about laughing at the things that scare you. But what was interesting with that team was as they got into the stories and they sort of joined us, it became clear, it became more obvious to them what the stories were about.
We liked the idea of not just the South, but the Southern Gothic slant towards the Deep South. The stories are usually set in a small town. They usually involve something supernatural, and they're usually soaked in atmosphere. There's a thing that I like to think about called like an imaginary nostalgia for a place. So the idea is that, it's okay if players have not experienced like where these genres came from originally, but we're sort of reimagining them and celebrating them again to create like a really cohesive atmospheric world. And so for us, how I would have translated that to something visual is really leaning on the weight of the past. That's a big thing for Southern Gothic. Old decaying buildings, overgrowth, quiet places, old houses, places that tell a lot of old stories. And then there's the supernatural sort of magic realism element with ghosts and myths and legends.
A lot of creatures in these folklore, they sort of balance on the edge between the known and the unknown.
Almost all of the creatures within South of Midnight are inspired by folk tales from the various regions of the South. And if not a folk tale, it's taken from an urban legend that's well on its way to becoming a folk tale. Something's out there, clearly, something anomalous. People become obsessed with learning about them. But to date, no one's really gathered any conclusive evidence or proof that they exist or really identified what they are.
The creatures are all inspired by real folk tales. However, there's not a lot of visual information on the exact look of these creatures, which gave us a lot of flexibility to interpret them. For me, getting the tone, mood, and making sure they had this sort of dark elegance to them was really important.
So while you'll see haints everywhere, every region has a distinctive creature and they rule entirely. So each kingdom is structured so that you understand how did a creature become a monster.
The sort of variety of creatures that we have in South of Midnight is really cool. The creatures and just sort of like the wild embodiment of like nature, but also human anxiety is very interesting. But also like human errors and challenges and the ways that we hurt each other sort of manifest as creatures as well. There's some sort of whispered rumors about creatures that you shouldn't cross, that Hazel has to.
Each creature that Hazel meets throughout her journey is going to have a specific impact on her. Some will be forcing her to face things that she has run away from. Others will simply create a huge sense of fear in her and summon her to dig deeper and to believe in herself.
Now, ultimately, Hazel wants to assist creatures, but there are some that are not really alive. They are from a darker place, driven by trauma. They want to feed on guilt and fear. And these creatures she has to destroy. But the creatures with human souls she wants to help. Magical realism is part of the vision for South of Midnight. Magic is real, monsters are real, the unexpected can happen at any time. But the farther you go from the town center or the urban center, the more magical the world becomes. And it becomes a driving force because once you start to notice even minor details that are out of place or unusual, you want more. And that's the way we built Midnight. For someone who, is a practitioner of a fundamental magical form, Hazel, your character, I think she likes it too. I think if you're making a game set in real locations, you have to go to those locations as much as possible to sort of pick up on the vibe of these places. So, in that spirit, I devised 2 week-long excursion/research trips to the South for all of the directors.
Because South of Midnight is set in a sort of twisted alternate version of the Deep South where we use different landscapes that are iconic to the Deep South. So we went to the Appalachians, we went to the swamps, we went to New Orleans, we went through the Delta, and South of Midnight has a bunch of archetypal locations from the Deep South. Hazel Flood, our main protagonist, she gets projected into this sort of folkloric version of the Deep South. We have the swamps, we have the Delta, we have the Appalachians, and we have an area that's inspired by New Orleans. The landscapes they're almost like a character in and of itself in the game.
A lot of people who escaped from the plantation would go live in the swamps of like the Carolinas. People in like Florida and other places, they would go to the swamps because very few people are going to follow you into a swamp, and they made life work there. And I think that's really, really cool.
A lot of people might hear about the Underground Railroad, but, a lot of people don't know that the Great Dismal Swamp was like a stop on the way. Imagining people build settlements out here is like
really wild.
Really, really wild. It's very inspirational, though.
It is, because this is not a place I feel like you live
willingly.
Like you're doing it out of necessity. You got a big old mosquito on your head.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did.
So it actually is really nice to normalize this setting.
And even as a game setting, this isn't a usual setting.
I mean, it's a little daunting trying to bring that history to the forefront. You feel like a great degree of responsibility.
Yeah. Jinx.
I like to make worlds that people might be familiar with in some way or another, but they might not realize they are, and twist them and sort of celebrate them. And I feel like we don't give players enough credit for wanting to see new worlds.
So as we're going through each of these locations, we're going to be introduced to a new creature, a new person. We get a really interesting look into what's happened to them and what we can do to possibly help them. So that mood is then going to expand out into the environment. So we have a central theme. How can we reflect that in the environment? Is it going to be dark and gloomy? Is it scary? If so, it's going to affect the time of day. If it's something a bit more cheery, we can have that happening in the morning. The artists on our team have done such an incredible job really fleshing it out and making sure that the biome they're given really feels like that biome. And I would encourage people who are playing the game or watching gameplay to just look around and see what type of vegetation is there, what's on the ground, what materials, are you walking over. Just look at the animals. Like, there's so many little details to make you feel like you're in the Deep South.
I wanted to try and ground the game in the Deep South by establishing very authentic soundscapes. And we did that by employing Andy Martin to go actually into the swamps of Louisiana and record over the course of 6 months, I believe, at different times of year, to capture the sounds of the South and the swamps. And we also worked with Thomas Rex Beverly to get sounds of the Kentucky mountains and Tennessee landscapes and soundscapes.
Look where they go. Here, sheep. Because this game is so very specific, Hazel being from the Southeast, Hazel being an athlete, being a track star. And I wanted the intricacies of those things to really pop out in Hazel. And it's the type of subtlety that really brings a character to life. Hi, hun.
How are you?
I'm ready to go.
Cool, let's rock. Both Adrian and Nona, who play Hazel, have strong ties to the Southeast. Cool, so this first line, we're just gonna do 3 in a row, and this is you walking up to Bo's house.
I had to grow up too fast.
Nice.
When I first seen a picture of Hazel, I was like, oh my gosh, that could really be me. Just her facial structure resembled mine. So what I did is I dressed exactly like Hazel in my audition, and I had fun with it. I'll clean it up. Jeez.
Your great grandmother made this.
And you never told me that. And I would say that some of the details that I really hone in on is the accent. Oh my God. Who would do that to a kid? My family's from North Carolina. So I had a background of what that accent would sound like. And then I had a little bit of training to help me with just to really precisely place it where it needed to be. And then with her attitude, I just got to make sure I am in a spunky, ready pace. She has sassiness, she has a modernness to her, but she's also respectful of her elders. She's also very empathetic. She's very driven, competitive. And I remember just feeling so connected. Her journey paralleled with my journey and like many of our journeys.
This story centers around a young Black girl, so I couldn't help but be just in love with that idea. And I think Hazel in the writing and the way that she's designed, it's so beautifully powerful. And I think that it just sort of leaps off the screen. And the way that she speaks and carries herself, the way that she allows herself to be vulnerable and scared and confused and unprepared, I think is something I'm really excited that we get to follow in this story, in her story.
Shaking bones.
The handcrafted style is applied into everything. There's something soulful about that, and I think it resonates with a lot of people, and it felt really appropriate for this deep south, southern gothic dark fantasy to have this sort of organic, natural touch to the style.
Boo, what?
Yeah, I saw you jumping.
We had to figure out a style where things are exaggerated. There's little thumbprints and imperfections, and everything kind of has this sort of twisted feeling to it. So we went and visited this stop motion studio in Montreal called Clyde Henry, and they have a really special style that has this sort of dark, twisted eeriness that was something we wanted for South of Midnight. And we actually looked at their maquettes and looked at how they were made, and then the artists went back and we had to create techniques to reverse engineer how things are actually made by hand. Yeah, everything from the foliage to the props to the buildings to the characters, they all have a handcrafted look to them.
Maybe I could help bottle up the pain.
So I'm the last person left here.
So the animation style is just stop motion. So a lot of the narrative of the game is that you have Hazel, who is, while searching for her mother, coming across a number of people in the world who have gone through things. They have experiences. Everyone's got something that's made them a little rough. And while she has the power to weave and heal these sort of things, there becomes a sort of understanding of people's imperfections, those experiences that they've had, sort of define who they are as a character. It's nighttime, you can leave, but they're starting to go banging on door to door to each house. And so the stop motion treatment gives us the opportunity to bring in those little moments of friction, of imperfection, individuality. You feel it in the animation, you feel it in the motion, you feel it in performances, and that matches what you feel in the narrative and the relationships you have with characters. One take. Yeah.
Hazel is coming into her power. She's a young woman who, through this adventure, finds the true nature in herself as a leader. She finds her magical powers.
She's awakening to a world of possibilities she did not know existed. So the main character that you control, Hazel, is a weaver. She's inseparable from her weaver abilities. All of them are calculated to make you more aware or continuously aware of how the weaver sees the world and how she can pull from the world to traverse in extreme ways that normal humans simply can't do. The most important metaphor about your abilities as a player is the perception of trauma in creatures. You can see it, it's like a cancer.
So the ability to weave is you can take these big masses of dark energy and release it from each other, release it so it can so the good can get in, so the good can thrive. And that's what I love about Hazel Flood is the things that she's doing are all a part of healing and helping others.
It's inspired by textiles and crochet and knitting, and we wanted to sort of take back this, which is traditionally considered more of a feminine art, and make it this powerful, beautiful magic. And we wanted it to really feel like this is how she does magic, is by manipulating these tangible strands. And the look of them was very much inspired by lace. Lace is very Southern Gothic. It's this like supernatural, living, sort of sentient material.
I was looking for a strong blend of diegetic music, using instruments and musical styles that are common to the various regions of the game that we were inspired by from the real South.
I remember David coming back from a trip to the South, and he had this epiphany. He told me that he wanted the action to equal musicality.
Right.
And I was very intrigued with this creative direction. I was like, okay, how do we do that? After knowing we needed action equals musicality, we thought of Olivier de Rivière, because he not only is he a great composer, he's also an amazing interactive music specialist.
We wanted the music to be very much involved into the world in itself and illustrate the world as much as capturing what the player is doing moment to moment. It goes like ba, 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 bang, bang, bang. But the more we're talking, the more I understood why they reached out. They didn't ask me to be like, okay, do a perfect blues, do a perfect, like bluegrass music, do a perfect country music. It was quite the opposite. It was more like, okay, take the flavor of this, but make it your own. Take it to another land. There was something from the South, which is songwriting.
And so we, as compulsion, our writing team, and David supplied those lyrics for these songs.
Molly, Molly, woman in white, she'll snatch you up if you go out at night.
When he came here at the studio, I couldn't believe what I was seeing, because I would think that somebody with such a backstory in his voice should be older.
It's something that's sort of in your soul, I guess, from the time you're born. I always said I'm kind of a, 25-year-old man in a 60-year-old body,
It was important that it feel real. It's performed by people from the regions where the music is played or where the music originated.
Tonight.
Yeah, going to Nashville was something. It's alive. It's just music all over the place.
Walking up and down the main stretch, I think it's called Broadway, hearing all the music coming out, like seeing these performers, being able to go to the RCA studio and meet our performers, it's just historic, and I think influences how you make the game. And we wanted to work with these artists from the South, singers from the South, fiddle players, drummers, organ players. David was from a gospel church in Nashville, and the chords and play style is just incredible. Meeting the choir, and everyone's just got music running through their blood. It's amazing to be around, and often left me feeling quite inadequate.
Feel good about this? All right, let's try that.
Last night under.
You're singing as the character. So you need to wear this sort of, okay, persona that is not you, and you need to perform as this persona. So it's always magical when it happens, because the first takes, it's like a little bit, timid, a little bit like we don't know. And then I start to push and push and push and push.
Mama will be there in the morning.
Audio design is sort of interactive. The more you embrace being a weaver, the more of the music of the universe you hear during gameplay. And we wanted the universe to literally talk to the player. And we used children's choir voices.
And so the idea was like, okay, as you go through the level, you will unveil the backstory of each creature. And as you do this, you will as well unveil the song, but not in the way that is the final shape, but rather in an unsettling, sometimes disturbing way. There is this entity that is very evil. And we said, okay, this is completely out of the scope of, let's say, guitars, banjo, all of this. This is like massive, and it can take over, yourself. So we were like, we need something that is completely different and something that is impressive. And that's why we picked up an orchestra for those moments.
Process of us recording with everyone together is fairly rare, in fact, very rare. It puts a little bit more onus on the performance and making sure that the balance, the blend, all those musical details are really finessed.
That was why we thought that was so interesting. Like the orchestral textures, which were felt out of place in the Deep South. By cleaning those zones of those entities, you removed the out of place, the orchestral textures, and replaced those with voices and with ground instrumentation and the ambience that returned.
Because
it's more like
he's putting me down. I guess he has me at the waist.
She's like, yeah.
She's like this, so she just exaggerate it more.
Let's do one more.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good look. Knees up. Relax. Struggle, struggle.
The challenge is really the fact that a character like Hazel in a game like this hasn't really been done before, and it hasn't been done in a way that really brings to light what it is like to be a young Black woman in this time period with these challenges and the complexities that come with that.
I mean, when I think about how many games are set in the South with a strong Black female lead, I don't recall that many. That in itself shows how important this is.
I think it's really cool that a little Black girl could cosplay Hazel with the hair that's growing out of her head. It's nice to see yourself reflected in a piece of media and not in a way that feels stereotypical or inauthentic.
Like Hazel, we can be weavers, we can be fairies, we can be magic users. We can do a lot more than just, I think, what people assign to the South.
We hope that one day you'll be able to play a character like that. But it's really important that Hazel's story is relatable to a lot of different people. Like, I think you don't have to also be like a Black woman to understand and relate to Hazel.
You know, she's battle ready, but then she's also, you know, opening up to her inner child. And then it gets really dangerous at other times. She's kind of doing a little bit of it all. I think it shows how expansive this world is.
Whether these people are humans or they're a giant necrotic alligator, all of these creatures are worth helping and helping in the way they want.
Beautiful. Well
I
done.
think that's just a really strong message that there is a power in healing. You know, we can actually heal through our pain.
And it's a journey of finding empathy for those who seem like they shouldn't receive any at all. I think that's really important. I think that's something that makes this game so important and so unique.
I'm going to be sad to leave the world of Midnight. Having family that lives in the Deep South, there's just so much there from a cultural standpoint that just has endless depth and interest. This game has allowed us to really dive into that.
I just want it to be something different. I want people to dive in and be like, I never played anything like that before, or this was a totally new environment or very weird setting. I think people are going to go into this and walk away seeing a lot of characters and locations they're not familiar with. I think it is unique and different.
In the end, I'm even surprised by the final music. I think everybody will be surprised. That's why it's a very big pleasure and a privilege to work on a production like this, because art prevails.
I think that it's important to show the folklore, the magic, and the creatures in the South and share them with the whole world.
CNBC's Jane Wells live in Los Angeles with how the 360s problems are heating up, literally.
This all came together in this horrific perfect storm.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games.
It was a slow rolling thing, like really understanding how big the problem was.
It started to really be concerning, and the numbers started to grow.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach.
Microsoft hasn't specified the cause, but users say the console's cooling system just can't take the heat of a lot of play.
We were just having failure after failure.
The problem was huge.
Mine just crashed this holiday season. Get one back, turn it on. Didn't even work.
Again! People spent a lot of money on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back.
Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter. It was all over the place.
I was mad as
Then it became the media saying, this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market. And as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trash.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future. Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
you guys never understood.
Company is going to face fierce competition.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Without a doubt, the most Herculean feat of the original Xbox was that it survived. Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up
Like, we can laugh that the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360 to build it from the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
The 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
This was an incredibly hard, complicated program. The circuit board itself is a completely custom design. And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late.
We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and wrapping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock in retail so that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up. And so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that were coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail at test stations.
If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95.
This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
We're developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on.
The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
After a hectic lead up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers finally managed to solve the technical issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch, was ravenous.
Don't care. They've been out here in the rain since early this morning, and they're not leaving until they get an Xbox 360.
When the Xbox 360 launched, there was a palpable excitement for this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car.
Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, gorgeous design, the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high. We were selling every single unit we could ship into the market.
I know there are a lot of fans out there that want a 360. There's a shortage out there. Is that a marketing strategy, or can you not produce enough? What's the real story on that?
We are making as many as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're flying them in.
Ultimately, we got through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped when PS3 was coming out.
We were paranoid.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best of breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play Blu-ray discs. So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
And they would price their console to where they felt they needed to have it because they felt that they were untouchable.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were huddled around one person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Wait a minute, did $599?
$599. Nobody was prepared for that. Back then, consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation.
We were high-fiving each other. People were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced console.
You have an over-engineered machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much, and have a great show.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was like being made captain of the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg.
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait to get on stage the next day.
Couldn't be more excited to be here because we're delivering the next generation of gaming right here and right now with titles that are nothing short of spectacular.
We had a lot of PlayStation fans and even Nintendo fans who were coming to Xbox because we had the best games, we had the best system, we had the best online network. We led in every aspect.
With the help of our incredible partners, we're delivering on that vision with Xbox 360, with a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high. We were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. We had so much pride in this product. Everything was great. And then the storm hit.
You bought two?
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But by June 2006, there were reports of an entirely new, never-before-seen problem. Distress calls flooded into Redmond. Something had gone terribly wrong.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was a lot of chatter about console failures.
Dude, what? Your Xbox? You might want to take a look at it.
Over time, We kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us about it. Like, before we can talk about new features, we want to know, is this fixed? But we had no sense of how big of an issue it was. We didn't even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system, but it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
That's the first time I seen this. There it is. Mother.
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where there were 4 green lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we called a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
It's the red ring of death.
I got red ringed. Everybody got red ringed.
What the? Are you
when that motherfucking red thing come up and then the whole game freeze and motherfucker be like, man, what the fuck is going on? We can't play. What's going on? Yo, doing that too? It was, oh my God. It was terrible.
No! Red ring of death! Again!
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call. You wait on hold a little bit longer, and then they go,
okay, we're going to get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, wow.
This is the 4th Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red ring of death. Consoles hotter than a dragon's brain. It was a red ring of death. And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone. Don't call it Microsoft. Now let's see the dark side of me. I'm on hold. It was a red ring of death.
The glitches that went down with Xbox 360, I was mad as I'm like, get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. And as simple as that.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. Deserved it.
It's a big deal because it's just sort of the passion that gamers have for their hobby. Like, you don't want to be away from your console any longer than you need to be.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3 boxes replaced, personally at my house. And it does make you think, okay, I work here. And this experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
Microsoft's going to ship you a cardboard coffin. And that's what gamers were calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin. But hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to curb and meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox returns.
The fact that it was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft was shipping a lot of hardware, that just combined to this feeling that, hey, are you guys really taking this seriously?
They're continuing to sell defective hardware. So a consumer can walk into the store today, buy a 360, take it home, and it's a ticking time bomb.
Is there any speculation out there what the problem is?
There's a lot of speculation, but because, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
Whenever we had new game launches or new system updates, I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell them on the future. And they're like, dude, my console's not working. Like, it's broken.
For those who have experienced the flashing red lights, what causes this exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin. Microsoft has been very vague about the specific causes. They won't cite any specifics. They won't say exactly why.
We didn't have all the answers at that time.
We were trying to figure this out. Do we have a heat problem? Is the solder in key components in the motherboard, is it cracking up and drying out and we're losing that connection? We just couldn't figure it out.
It's a long process. You had to test it at the board level, you had to test it at the system level, and then you had to test it in the rack level. And we had, almost 1 million of them sitting in our bone pile.
We'd fix the ones in the bone pile, we'd send it back out to the customer, and it turns out that wasn't the problem, and it would break again.
And I'm saying, man, this is not going to end.
After the third or the fourth issue that we ran into, I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
When we got to the point where we said, we're not figuring this out fast enough, we made the call to shut down production.
We went line down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to customers.
It stretched every bit of our imaginations to try to figure out exactly what was going on and how to fix the problem.
This went on for months.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Are people going to now go out and buy PlayStation or Nintendo? Are they going to leave us as a brand?
Every day you weren't gaming was a bad day for you. You trusted us and you'd invested this money in us and we let you down.
Not going to work.
This was an incredibly trying time. People use phrases like you figure out what people are made of. Having gone through it, I can actually say that happens. It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing until we knew what was going on.
2006, 2007, I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem.
Breakthrough came when we understood that the connections that were being broken were not located on the motherboard, but they were actually located inside the components. The problem was a connection was breaking. The reason it was breaking was thermal, but it wasn't because of the peak temperature. It was because when the unit would get hot and then cold, hot and then cold, every time it did that, it would stress the connection.
All these people love playing video games, and so they would turn this thing on and off, and when it would turn on and off, you get all sorts of stresses.
And just like when you bend something too many times till it finally breaks, that's what was happening.
Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix this?
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision about trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
I think we're off to a good start.
I remember sitting on a whiteboard writing out some simple math on repair rates times $1 times a customer times an amount equals a number. And that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is going to be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we looked at the cost of repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news. I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
It is a make or break situation for Xbox. If Steve Ballmer does not give Peter Moore the money to go fix it, Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. We'll take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox 360 video game console.
Over 200 million of this was simply one-way overnight shipping around the world.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we made a mistake
we owned it and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them taking the problem head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
We bet on our fans and our brand and took the hit. Take that hit once, do it right. Don't ever regret it.
When the 360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
Was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So when you hook somebody, you know they're not going to leave. They're going to work with you through the difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building.
But even a billion-dollar mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two X factors: a library of celebrated game titles, and support from game developers who loved how easy it was to program for Xbox 360 and saw in it the potential to take gaming to places previously unexplored.
Around me are familiar faces.
Gears of War at the time was the best looking game ever made, and it became this poster child for HD graphics and HD fidelity.
Like, this is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3, because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
Gears of War may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It was a very different type of game for Microsoft. An M-rated game with over-the-top violence.
Everyone loved the signature weapon, the chain gun, the Lancer.
Gears of War was about appealing to a hardcore gamer.
The people that play Gears, they have so much passion, and people get tattoos, and it's just the deep connection they have with the franchise and the game. It's unlike any other franchise that we have.
And all of a sudden you see this tide turn of every publisher is then developing for the Xbox 360.
We have secured a lot of big games for Xbox 360. We published titles like Mass Effect.
We had Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course. We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter box.
Call of Duty was a franchise we had bet on early. It was a PC franchise, and we really established Call of Duty on the console in a big way.
Cameo and this gorgeous, colorful game. It was about frame rate, was about smooth visuals.
Forza was built as a direct competitor to Gran Turismo. We're going to go off and we're going to build a great, epic, big racing simulator game.
You had cars that had amazing reflections of the sky. They had reflections of other things. You had particle effects. You had a lot of things that just made it look much more real than any other game.
To this day, my son can recognize cars by the engine sounds because he played so much Forza.
If you look at Xbox 360, that was a moment where we got it exactly right. It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming. And then, at the center of it all was Halo 3.
It had been 3 years since Halo 2 smashed industry records, and Halo fans were clamoring for the next chapter of the epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success of Halo 2. And so as we were leading up to the Halo 3 campaign, I think we did kind of look at it all up from our marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
With Halo 3, we wanted to get out in front and make people aware that video games are not something that are just for the boys. Video games have come of age.
An exciting day for video game fans and for Microsoft.
Master Chief is back in the most anticipated video game ever, Halo 3.
Thousands lined up to get the final installment of the trilogy when it went on sale at midnight.
I got here 6 p.m. yesterday. Been waiting here ever since.
Halo 3, what a massive launch event that was for us.
They have 1 million pre-orders, which is pretty much unprecedented.
Halo is projected to sell 4 million copies its first 60 days.
More than twice as many as the 9 runners-up combined.
It's only the biggest game ever.
We were no longer some like tech company trying to be in video games. We were launching one of the biggest entertainment properties of all time.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
The franchise spawning everything from clothing to action figures and rumors of a Halo movie.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming
All right, chat, we're going to do some content creation. I don't know how this is going to work out with the vertical, but you should be able to see most of what I'm doing.
Watch
hit
that
the
bullet
tent that
hit
I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
Storm's gonna start ticking a lot. You gotta get in.
Bro, give me 5 seconds. Holy hell.
This is life or death here.
He's back up on top of that hill.
It's not.
Go together, go together.
Just a me out. You gonna let me play the game, please?
He went to y'all's right.
That way.
Watch it on Mace's cave. Never mind. He's still on the backside of that hill.
Just bled out. Okay.
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, hold on, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did.
He hit
too.
the pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip. Did you ever make those Elmo clips, bro?
I have them. I have them saved on my hard drive.
Hey.
Did you ever make those Elmo clips, bro?
I have them. I have them saved on my.
Did you ever make those Elmo clips, bro?
Javen, pick a different gun, run up there and yell. Oh, hold on, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did.
He hit
too.
the pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip. Did you ever make those Elmo clips, bro?
Just blood out.
Javen, pick a different gun, run up there and yell. Oh, hold on, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. Javen, pick a different gun, run up there and yell. Oh, hold on, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out.
Yeah.
Llama, 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 llama. Knock! I saw one guy knock.
He has his mouse attached and the scroll wheels all the way up, and he just launches him in the sky.
a chopper here.
Yeah, we can take Snoop's chopper.
We need to, yeah.
Did you? Well, our driver fell out. Damn, bro.
They definitely did Snoop.
Yeah.
This whole place is, there's this. Doesn't look like it.
It is bots.
Just bled out. Supply chest.
Got one though. So.
Locked and loaded. We're down in the vault.
My teammates are okay.
Teammates are dead.
I gotta save myself first.
Two of them.
Down there before them, we took sniper. People out there waiting.
Another.
We're not in. Really? Where are we heading to? Snoop. Do you know where the vault is?
Yeah, I'll take it. There's a. What the?
Oh my gosh.
Mercy.
Do you want a purple?
This one's there.
We definitely got a couple people going here too.
God dang. What the fuck?
It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. It's a big, big monster hug. Yeah, a hug is great for any moment or big feeling. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Hi there. Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. It's a big, big monster hug. Yeah, a hug is great for any moment or big feeling. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Hi there. Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
We had that last season at the end there. I don't know what was going on. Okie dokie. Who wants to pick the Loki?
I can hear y'all. I'm just eating, so.
You're good.
What are you munching on?
Chick-fil-A.
Ooh.
I don't know where to go. I'm just jumping.
Sweaty Sands.
So.
Sweaty Sands it is.
Should I bring back Elmo
Chick-fil-A
meat?
sauce, like, for everything.
I do like some Chick-fil-A sauce. We definitely got a couple people going here too.
God dang. What the fuck?
We definitely got a couple people going here too.
God dang. What the fuck? God dang. What? God dang. What the fuck?
Good old Elmo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Good old Elmo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn! 4, 5, 6. God damn!
I got dropped on me. It's all you guys. It's all you guys dropping on me. I got dropped on me. It's all.
Guys,
What the fuck?
guys,
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
he hit the
too.
tit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, scary! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun. Run up there and yell. Pick a different gun. Run up there and yell.
Get the fuck out of here, scary! One, two, three, four, five, six. God damn!
Saw you guys dropping on me.
That guy just.
Just hit
He
me
just
up,
jumped
dude.
off.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Didn't leave us no weapons.
Scary ass people. No shock.
Hi, buddy.
You good, man?
I just. Oh my god! I downed a guy, but his teammate's here. I need help. I have no ammo.
One down.
There we go. That was the guy chasing me, I think. Kill this
Shake him
guy.
down, shake him down,
No,
shake him down.
I need his guns. I have no gun.
Yeah, boy. Woo!
I need his guns. I have no gun.
Yeah, boy.
Javen, pick a different gun. Run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like.
Up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. Javen, pick a different gun. Pick a different gun. Run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, scary! One, two, three, four, five, six. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Kill
Shake
this
it down,
guy.
shake it down,
No,
shake it down.
I need his guns. I have no gun.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Woo! Woo!
Fire card. So reload.
Oh, I almost died.
Somebody's right above me. Somebody right over here too.
I got two people on me.
I'm literally one shot. Guys, on me.
Oh.
They got my crown. They got my... Two of them.
I'm down two. He's right here.
What are you doing, fucker? Snipe. Self with a snipe.
Yeah.
Ow. He's just running.
What do I know? Oh!
Hey.
Close. There's a third.
Have some.
Now.
He's a. you.
Waiting.
Pleasant Park?
Okay.
Pleasant Park?
Okay.
Are we going to Porta Pot? I think we're going to Porta Pot.
Poop, I gotta take the trash out.
Yeah, I got a couple coming with us too.
I ain't scared of them.
Ridiculous. Here already?
Get some weapons because there's people out there waiting.
Another.
Have to open it. And a shotgun.
There's a bunch.
No.
Shit here, dude. Alright. Right here. Yeah, it's terrible.
Why are bots using rifts and sprinting and jumping?
Lead. Nobody said Snoop. Had me Snoop. What's him up?
I want it.
No purple sniper. Minx.
No, you're good.
Oh.
Don't you bard from...
Coming?
There.
These whites, 24 white.
Yep. Those mine are...
Me too.
There you go.
We got...
Some fucking.
Yeah, boy. Yeah,
hurt.
boy. One, two, three, four, five, six. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got the sniper out. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got her out. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit
too.
the tent in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was...
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was...
Nice shot, Javen.
for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got her different. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got her. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got her. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. I saw you.
That's it.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice.
Someone has something special just for you. It's play tough and wanna hate this. Frustrated when you're having the best day ever. God damn. God damn.
Javen, pick a different gun. Run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
her.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot. Javen, pick a different gun. Run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
her.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right.
That's it.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
It was crazy because it looked. It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip. He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip. headshot.
Hit
That I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
Watch
he hit
that
the
bullet
tent that
hit
I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That's a good clip.
Right there.
Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Hi there. Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. It's a big, big monster hug. Yeah, a hug is great for any moment or big feeling. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and always here for you. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
He hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. That I was hiding behind. I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that
Behind. I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
Sounds good.
I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no. I don't take shit. I got. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take. I don't ever slow up, no I don't. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit.
Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. Harvey, Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and be like, oh, that's not Javen, that's she's got
Yeah,
center.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
Ah!
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
Harvey, Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and be like, oh, that's not Javen, that's she's got
Yeah,
center.
boy.
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and be like, oh, that's not Javen, that's she's got
Yeah,
center.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to. It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit
too.
the pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch that bullet.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot. Behind. I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug!
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up.
Harvey! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3. Up there!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got a sniper.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug.
All right, chat. We're almost finished here.
Harvey, Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn.
Javen, pick a different gun, run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got Slayer. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up.
Harvey, Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun, run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
right?
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug.
take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got
Harvey, Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn! Three, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Oh, that's not Javen. She's got Slayer. Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got Slayer. He's. You're looking at right there. That's it. Looking at right there. That hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Hill you're looking at right there. you're looking at right there.
That's
Shake it now, you know it. Break it now, you get it. Don't you ever try to lose it. I'm looking. My eyes are on you.
Elmo is always here for you.
My looks are on you. Never try to.
And Elmo loves you. And Elmo loves you. Wait a minute. One more hug.
behind. I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and Elmo loves you.
Just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is.
As soon as you fired,
He
watch
hit
that
the
bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and.
Pit that I was
his
hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having. It's for when you're feeling sad. Or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did.
Just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated. Always here for you, and Elmo loves. Has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn. Special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did.
He hit
too.
the pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey. On the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy.
That's it. He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. That's it. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did.
He hit
too.
the pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he.
Harvey! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
One, two, three. God damn! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
boy.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there. Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and.
That Elmo is always.
What?
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Wait a minute, one more hug!
When my back is to the world, it was I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told. When my back is to the world, that was smiling when I turned. praying for my hope, and the laughter and the holes, and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind, and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in mine. Tell you you're great, but once you turn
frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and up there. And you'll, oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
right?
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did,
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
pit
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and.
That Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. That Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug.
God damn!
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you
Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. frustrated, or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned.
Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and go. Oh, that's not Javen. She's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
right?
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's it.
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
He hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired. Watch
hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking head.
behind. Headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug.
Dude, I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
bro.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
he hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit
that
the
bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
bro.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's
Nice shot, Javen.
It was crazy because it looked like he sniped you at the same time.
It did
he hit the
too.
pit in front of me.
I might have to clip that for you, Javen. That was.
Hey, that was a nice shot, dude. I switched right over to you right as soon as you fired.
He
Watch
hit the
that bullet
tent
hit
that I
his
was hiding
fucking
behind.
head.
I quick peeked him and just headshot.
Elmo wants you to know that Elmo is always here for you, and Elmo loves you. Wait a minute, one more hug. Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
bro.
Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or... Hi there! Hi there! Elmo has something... Hi there! Elmo... Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. Hi there! Elmo has something special just for you. It's for when you're feeling sad or frustrated or when you're having the best day ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn!
Javen, pick a different gun and run up there and yell. Oh, that's not Javen. That's she's got
Yeah,
Slayer.
bro.
He's on the back side of that hill you're looking at right there.
That's
Nice shot,